deze kunnen vasthouden.
Ja, hier.
Ja, daar. Ik wil even kijken hoe ik dit het beste kan doen. Want ik wil hem daar hebben, maar ik wil hem daar vastmaken.
Ja.
Maar dan tegelijkertijd dat hij hier blijft hangen. Dus ik ga eventjes dat iets gebruiken. Kijken of dat wil blijven zitten. Zo, even kijken, zo.
Ik heb al een foto gemaakt, dan kan ik nu een foto maken.
Misschien dat het zo zal blijven zitten. Ik heb hem een paar keer doorheen gedraaid op het touw.
Ja.
Nog een keertje erachter. Hopelijk blijft het dan goed zitten. En dan daar ook. Misschien is het al heel erg nodig om hem in het midden vast te maken. Ik ga hem al nog een keertje doen, maar... Oké.
Klopt dat?
Ja, dank je. Ik ga ook een paar keer doorheen.
Dat is mooi. Dat is heel mooi.
Oeps. En dan doe ik er nog eentje lager, zodat het blijft hangen. Met weer een plasticje. Het is een nieuw kader. Er staat toch een plasticje aan, het zijn bloemblaadjes volgens mij.
Ja, ik denk het ook. Maar dat die hier komen, denk ik.
Zo. Dan hoop ik dat dat blijft zitten. Kijk, het is niet het handigste, maar zo warm is het nou ook weer niet in het gebouw. En als een heleboel mensen naar binnen komen, goed, we gaan het zien.
Ja.
Hij zit op 2 plekken vast. Daar hoop ik nou het beste van.
Mooi. Mooie voet.
Ja, ik zag het zijn 5 kleuren, dus dan is het een Vajjayanti krans.
Hoe moet je dat?
Vajjayanti, Krishna had een Vajjayanti krans, zeggen ze altijd.
Ah ja.
En een Vajjayanti heeft 5 kleuren. Ja. En die hangt dan tot zijn knieën.
Knieën, hè?
Dat was een beetje lastig in dit geval.
Ja.
Maar ja, misschien dat ik er nog een paar roosjes omheen leg voor hem.
Ja.
Even kijken. Maar ik heb nog de tijd.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram 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 Hare Hare, Ram 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama
juist.
Weet je dat?
Ribbig, nee, ik heb een verkeerde beweging gedaan. Maar ribbig is heel makkelijk aan deze kant. Dus het pakt iets op die manier.
En dan.
Wat te doen.
Hare 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 Krishna 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 Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachadine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasatya Deshatarine Namaste Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Prabhu Nityananda Shri Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, please, everyone, one more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Again, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, please, everyone, a little louder. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare. One more time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj, Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. Jaya Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj, Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaur Haribol, 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 Haribol. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai.
His Holiness Kadambakana Maharaj Ki Jai. So today we have come together in the temple room at the shelter of Sri Sri Radha Gopinath, Sri Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani and Sri Sri Gaurnitai, to offer our homage to His Holiness Kadambakana Maharaj, who left this mortal world this morning. It was, I think, around noontime in Vrindavan Dham. I think we all experience so many mixed emotions. So I think if we can grieve together, it will make it a bit more bearable. So let's first invoke some extra auspiciousness by chanting the Mangalacharana prayers together. Om Akyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksurun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Sri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Satvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakam Vichanscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarupyascha Kripa Sindhupya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. After we heard the news this morning that the expected happened, we still felt it was so unexpected. We all knew that His Holiness Kadambakana Maharaj was very, very sick, and at any moment he could pass away from this world. But this one word, or 2 words, he left, is what Lila wrote me this morning. And it was all over the internet. This great soul has left this world. And I think we all experience so many mixed emotions. On the one hand, feeling extremely sad, shocked, empty, immediate feelings of separation, some regret. Did I take enough advantage of Maharaj's presence? Lamentation. So I can imagine for those who are direct disciples of His Holiness, it would feel like the song we are going to sing later during this session, feelings of separation. Pashane kutivo mata anale pasibo. I will smash my head against the rock. I want to enter fire, because this burning separation, these feelings of burning separation are just unbearable. So these are one area of emotions that we feel, especially the feeling of emptiness. Where has this great soul gone now? What will we do now? And on the other hand, also these feelings of gratefulness. Kadambakana Maharaj was our hero from the Benelux. He was our Swami who traveled all over the world. And we had so much association with him. So many wonderful experiences we had with him. For those who were around for many, many years already, they know Maharaj since 1980. In my case, I know him since 1990. So many experiences, so many interactions, so many funny moments. Feel so grateful that we had this soul in our midst for so many years. Also, feelings of extreme joy for Maharaj. Isn't it amazing to leave this world in Vrindavan? And in the midst of all these great, great Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, who all wished him well, while the whole world was praying for him. And while there was kirtan and bhajans all over Vrindavan for his glorious passage to the other side of the Viraja river. This is mercy. So I felt great joy for him. His Holiness Kadambakana Maharaj, he was an absolute Vrindavan man. He served Vrindavan for so many years, in so many ways, in so many capacities, and especially as a temple president, and he had to pay for this service almost with his life, being shot by the Vrindavan Mafia. I told this story that the last time that I saw Kadambakana Maharaj was at the Govardhan Retreat Center in Vrindavan. I think Manu was there, some other devotees were there. And it was holy name focus, Satchidananda Maharaj. And before Kadambakana Maharaj was going to sing, there was another devotee singing, and his name was Kirtan Premi, right? And Kirtan Premi was introducing his bhajan by saying that he was going to sing melodies like the boatman in Vrindavan, and he would take us on the Jaladuta with Prabhupada and different emotions during the bhajans, signified the stormy weather of the Jaladuta journey on the ocean and his arrival, and it was like a whole flow that Kirtan Premi explained to us. And he sang beautifully. And then I was thinking, when he finished, I was thinking, oh my God, if I would be Kadambakana Maharaj, after this, how would I even start with the next bhajan? And he started to talk. And he said, first of all, Kirtan Premi explained how the whole bhajan would evolve and the different directions, and ultimately Prabhupada would arrive in New York. And he said, I have no clue where I will go when I will start singing. I just let the mercy of Gauranga Mahaprabhu flow, and we will see what happens. And then he explained that he used to be a Vrindavan man. He said, but now I'm a Gauranga man. And then he explained how we are all so much in need of the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And when we think about Maharaj, he's almost like the personification of Gauranga Kripa. There are verses, Chaitanya Bhagavat, Chaitanya Charitamrita, And when you recite those verses, Prabhupada recited those verses so many times, you cannot help think about Kadambakara Maharaj. Prithvityachayati nagaradi gram savatra prachaya oibemoranam. In every town and village, my holy name will be spread, Gauranga Mahaprabhu says in Chaitanya Bhagavata. So Maharaj, he was going in every town and village, and he would have Harinams everywhere. He would sing such an ecstatic kirtans while he was doing this Govardhan retreat bhajan. He blew everyone away by his bhajan. It was just full speed from beginning to end. So many different melodies. Sometimes the melodies are so difficult. It's very difficult to follow those melodies of Maharaj. But he was always chanting kirtan for hours sometimes. And then Yare Deka Tarekaha Krishna Upadesh Amara Agyaya Guru Hanatara Eidesh. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke this verse to Kurma Brahmana, that whoever you meet, you speak about Krishna. So Kadambakara Maharaj had a very unique way of preaching. When he was on the Vyasasana, it didn't matter if he was prepared, not prepared. It would all come out like so spontaneously, so authentically, so differently as most of the speakers. With so much humor. There was so much humor in His Holiness Kadambakara Maharaj. But also on the personal level, when he would speak to you, it was always very down to earth, very practical, pragmatic. So whoever he would meet, he would talk about Krishna in a very unique way. And then Bharata Bhumite Hoila Manusya Janmayar Janma Sartaka Karikare Para Upakar. Also a wonderful verse that those who are born in India, they should fulfill themselves. And Prabhupada says not just those who are born in India, but also those who have come in contact with the culture and the philosophy of Bharat Bhumi. They should fulfill themselves. Janma Sartaka. Sartaka means to fulfill yourself. Fill yourself to the max with Krishna consciousness. And then Para Upakar. Then when you're full and you overflow, then you have to preach. So this was also Kadambakara Maharaj. Always filling himself up with reading and hearing and talking about Krishna and then spreading the word. And the fourth verse that came to my mind when I was meditating on Maharaj was Kali Kalira Dharma Krishna Nam Sankirtan Krishna Shakti Vina Nahe Tara Pravartan. That the Yuga Dharma in this age of Kali Yuga is the chanting of the holy names of Krishna. And only those who are empowered directly by Krishna can spread the holy name of Krishna. So His Holiness Kadambakara Maharaj was so much empowered. You can see in quite a short time, he had more, I think he has around 1,000 disciples and so many well-wishers and followers who were inspired by his charismatic way of preaching and how he was as a person. So the wonderful thing is that he said that he was a Vrindavan man, but now he's a Gauranga man. But actually, Gauranga is Radha Krishna. So by all this preaching and all this spreading of the mercy of Gauranga Mahaprabhu, made him receive all the mercy that was needed to end his life back home, back in Vrindavan. Until the very end, he was sharing and preaching and chanting. Only at the very, very end of his life, he couldn't preach anymore. And then it was said that at the final kirtan, he was lying on his side. Bibi Govinda Maharaj was chanting, which is a wonderful mood that Maharaj is always creating. And it said that at the very last moment, he turned himself on his back, and he spread his legs and his arms wide open. He opened his eyes and he left this mortal world. So by spreading the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he arrived back in Vrindavan, and he left this mortal world in Vrindavan in the association of so many wonderful devotees. So I just like to read two small things from his book, Under the Desire Tree, which is a search for Krishna in Vrindavan. And after that I would like to ask some other devotees to also share some realizations, some prayers for His Holiness Kadamba Maharaj. And after a few talks we could sing the Song of Separation, Ye Anilo Premadana. And also after the song we can, while Manu is singing Hare Krishna, we can also one by one offer flowers to Maharaj, and then some more katha. At 7 o'clock we will have Gora Arti, and if needed we can continue at 7:30 with some more talks, some more bhajans, all the way up to 9:15. So on the back flip of his book, it's very relevant to his state of consciousness at the end of his life. In the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila chapter 5, it is described that Lord Nityananda came to his dear devotee in a dream and said, "Oh, my dear Krishnadas, do not be afraid. Go to Vrindavan, for there you will attain all things." Krishnadas immediately started off for Vrindavan in great happiness, glorifying Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda had said, "In Vrindavan, all things are possible." Maharaj says, "We pray to Lord Nityananda Balaram, to Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, who revealed the transcendental nature of the Dham in his writings. And we pray to Srila Prabhupada, who gave us everything that Sri Vrindavan may manifest in our heart." It's a very symbolic description. And then the introduction is also very relevant. In the Gargas Samhita it's explained that the Supreme Lord revealed to the demigods that there was a secret tunnel to the spiritual world. It was filled with water, so they have boarded a boat and went to that transcendental abode. We don't know of any secret tunnel, but for us, the Lord made the spiritual world even more easily accessible by making a perfect replica available on our planet. It is amazing to see the extent of His unlimited mercy. Let us just for a moment contemplate on Krishna in the spiritual world, fully absorbed in His transcendental pleasure pastimes. Then, in the middle of all of that, He thought of the fallen conditioned souls like us. Maybe I should give them some mercy. But why would I give them only some mercy? Instead, I will give them all the mercy. Subsequently, He manifested the entire Tripada Vibhuti, the 3/4 of the spiritual world, in the Ekapada Vibhuti, the 1/4 of the material world. A feat that may puzzle the minds of mathematicians, but touches with even greater impact the hearts of His devotees, who find themselves stunned by such an overwhelming display of love and kindness on the part of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Although Krishna displayed extraordinary generosity, at the same time the spiritual world is for pure devotional service, and He did not want to make it cheap. So in order to block out materialists, He covered this replica of the spiritual world with a little layer of Yoga Maya, illusory energy, to hide its spiritual identity. Only for those who are dedicated to pure devotional service is the curtain of illusion lifted. So Maharaj says, so we embarked on a journey on the land of Krishna, that holy abode known as Sri Vrindavan, with the objective of deepening our relationship with Krishna and increasing our devotion to Him. There are many books written about Vrindavan with extensive descriptions of various places where Krishna performed his pastimes 5,000 years ago. Some of these books provide photos, maps, and directions of how to find all the different pastime places and provide the details of what transpired, as well as the temples and shrines that were erected there. In this book, we have a different approach. There are some photos, stories, and details about various places, but the focus is more on the internal experience in each place. What are we meditating on? What is our prayer? What are we trying to achieve while visiting these places? Maybe we are looking for a special gift, some inspiration that will give us the motivation to go on with our spiritual practices in the middle of the grind of everyday life back home. Maybe we want Krishna to lift the curtain and reveal himself. By visiting various pastime places in Krishna's holy abode, we are connecting with many great historical devotees and with Krishna himself. This book depicts our experiences on the Vrindavan Parikrama of Kartik 2018, and it's a collection of the lectures inspired at these holy places. One can travel on foot, by car, by train or plane, or one can travel with the speed of mind. So let us go to Vrindavan and try and come closer to Krishna. Your servant, Kadambakanana Swami, Vijay Ekadasi, March 1st, 2019. So Kadambakanana Maharaj, he was able to take many of his disciples, even when he was very, very sick in the last few months. He took them to many of those holy places and spoke wonderfully and sang wonderfully at those holy places. So my realization when I meditate on Maharaj is that if we follow in his footsteps, by first working very hard for Krishna, as he did in the Krishna Balaram Mandir, by taking up this enormous responsibility of managing as a temple president, then freeing himself from that responsibility and preaching in the mood of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and on the request of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then at the end of his life, return to Sri Vrindavan Dham and be surrounded with so many beautiful devotees. And in that way, have your last breath coming out of your mouth with the holy names in your ears, going back to the spiritual world. What a wonderful example Maharaj has given us. We can only pray to him and to Srila Prabhupada that we can all follow a little bit in his footsteps by working hard for Krishna and Prabhupada's mission, by spreading the holy name to whoever we meet, and then at the end of our life, internalize what we have preached and go back home, back to God. His Holiness Kadambakanana Maharaj Ki Jai. So I would like to ask First Mother Nikunjavasini to say also a few words. Whatever you feel comfortable.
His Holiness Kadambakanana Maharaj Ki. So I still remember Maharaj from before 1980, because he was coming to visit Amsterdam, and I'm not sure, that could be checked, but if either they had already joined with his wife, Ishani, they either had already joined in Vrindavan or it was just before. They were visiting Amsterdam because they, I think, as far as I know, they used to live in Amsterdam at that time. And from there they went to India and also Australia. And then they actually joined in Vrindavan. And I just heard from Tarun Chaitanya that as soon as he joined, somehow the manager of the restaurant left that same day, and they put Maharaj in charge of the restaurant. He just practically joined and he was in charge of the restaurant. So we never know here what can happen. Anyone qualified can fit the job. Also, I was listening to. It's special that when something like this happens, some very serious situation, then whatever you hear, it becomes more valuable, and it also usually very befitting. So I was wondering what to say, and then whatever I was hearing and whatever I was reading, it was all befitting the situation. So I was reading I was listening to the Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 7. Prahlad Maharaj, who was visiting the holy places, and he was visiting the saints, and then there was an explanation how we should see the sannyasis. And one of them was, and I thought it was very befitting for Maharaj, because we were always saying, Prema and me, we are quite homely, we always stay in the same place. But Maharaj was traveling all over, and we say, how can he travel like this so much, even more than Srila Prabhupada? Prabhupada was doing a tour once a year, but Maharaj was going this way, that way. So then it said that the sannyasi should be seen as a restless child. That was written in the, and always moving. And then, of course, not moving, just being restless, but preaching wherever he goes. So I thought it was that's a sannyasi's thing, to just go everywhere and preach. And then, when we were following the last days of Maharaj, the way it just, to me, it looked like he was writing his last symphony, or organizing, conducting his last symphony, like Bach, and many of them, they knew when they were going to pass, so they would write their last symphony. And the way Maharaj arranged everything around him, always bhajan Srila Prabhupada, his japa whenever he was rested, very attached to his japa, wanting to be an example all the way till the end. He said, if I stop chanting, my disciples will stop. If I don't struggle, my disciples won't struggle. So he wanted to be an example all the way till the end. And then the way he conducted everything around him, it was like he's organizing this whole last chapter of his life. And when we were talking with Tarun Chaitanya and Aniora, we were saying also, like, Maharaj would come by so often, and he would give class, usually either every other day or sometimes every day. And the classes will come, and we think, okay, Maharaj will come, he will give the class. So we listen with 1 ear, 1.5 ear, and we think, oh, Maharaj will come again, he will give again. And, you know, how many instructions can you give? So we'll hear them and overhear them and hear them. But then when Maharaj actually leaves, now we realize that these classes are the ones we have, and we listen them with a much more careful ear, because these are the classes, this is it for this lifetime. So then Aniora, she sent me a piece of a class that he gave, and it was so appropriate again to the situation, the way I was hearing that Uddhava was saying how Maharaj left with his arms up, and this is so applicable in this piece of a class, and I don't know where it is from or when, but as far as I remember, it's quite a recent class.
Of his devotee. And in the Krishna book, Srila Prabhupada refers to Krishna as Achyuta, which he says the infallible, the one who never fails. And Prabhupada says, yes, Krishna is Achyuta, the infallible, the one who never fails to reciprocate with the smallest service rendered. So I kind of think of that definition of Krishna when I speak about harnessing Krishna's mercy. Because not only is Krishna noticing the service that a devotee does, it is much more than noticing. Krishna actually becomes emotionally touched by this gesture of service. It actually touches his heart. And that's where the element of capturing, harnessing, has that element of capturing in it. And that's where that element of capturing comes in, where Krishna's emotions are touched by the service that the devotees render, and again. And yes, for example, there is a beautiful story about Draupadi in the Nectar of Devotion. It is the famous story where Draupadi is being disrobed in the royal assembly, and Dusasana is trying to pull off the cloth, and yes, then what happens is that Krishna supplies. Well, first Draupadi holds on to her cloth. Then she realizes there's nothing I can do, throws her arms up in the air, says, "Hey Govinda," and subsequently Krishna supplies the unlimited length of cloth, and the whole assembly hall fills up with cloth. Well, when I read this in the Nectar Devotion, there was a reference, and Krishna said, whenever I remember how Draupadi called out, "Hey Govinda," then my love for her increases. So it's, sometimes you read something and it strikes you. And so when I read this, it struck me like lightning. I thought, this is it. For years, I have read in the Bhagavad Gita, that verse about the spiritual bank balance. Whatever you do comes into your spiritual, every service you do, it accrues in your spiritual bank balance. Being a Dutchman, I was always wondering, what about the interest? Bank balance there must be some interest. And lo and behold, that day, when I actually read this, then I realized when I read about Draupadi, and I read, whenever Krishna remembers the service that she did, his love, his appreciation for her was increasing. I thought, this is it. This is the interest. Anytime he remembers, his appreciation is increasing. And what is the percentage of interest?
Hard to calculate.
Indeed, it is hard to calculate because it is unlimited. But anyway, this principle where Draupadi captured the mercy of the Lord, and where his appreciation for her service is increasing each time he remembers. In other words, he becomes more captured, because appreciation means, again, the heart. So that is the nature of the heart. When we appreciate a person, we become captured. So to actually capture Krishna is an essential theme in our philosophy. We see that devotees who are surrendering to Krishna are coming to a point where they say, Krishna, I am yours. But then there is a stage which is even more advanced, and it is described as mamata, the stage where Krishna, you are mine. Yes. So of course, I only read about such things. I cannot say that this is happening to me. But I hope to make a humble beginning towards harnessing mercy of Krishna. And to, once the mercy of Krishna is there, that mercy of Krishna is empowering. One becomes empowered by this mercy. And this, because of Krishna's appreciation, within the devotee becomes empowered with spiritual strength. And Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in Chaitanya Charitamrita Purports, Amrita Pravaha Bhasya has defined empowerment as being invested with the Chit and the Ananda Shakti, or with the knowledge potency and the happiness potency. And so the empowered devotee gets taste in Krishna consciousness. Then he can do so many things. And in this way, he is harnessing the mercy of Krishna. He now becomes he becomes more than himself. Now he is his own lowly self combined with this mercy of Krishna. And then
it's a very appropriate piece that now somehow Maharaj was talking about his situation at the time of death, that he was able to capture Krishna, and the fact that he put his arms, which he actually couldn't do anymore. He wasn't able to move, but somehow he was empowered by Krishna to catch Krishna's affection and back to Godhead. So exemplary that we have another person's footsteps to follow, because ultimately we are here to ultimately go back to Godhead and capture Krishna's affection. And so encouraging, because we can do it in any small way and fill up the bank account. And so beautifully Maharaj said that the interest is Krishna's affection. It's very exemplary. So I thought that's what I wanted to share with you. Ramakana Maharaj ki jai.
No, I want to sit here first. Okay. She needs it. Holiness Ramakana Maharaj ki jai. Sorry, it's a little awkward, but I still want to sit here. What to do?
That's what Maharaj would say. What to do?
When I think of Ramakana Maharaj, of my Guru Maharaj, the main thing that I always think of is his compassion. And I've had so many moments where he showed that. Well, he initiated me, which is one thing. But even like Ekachakra Grand Prabhu was talking about him chanting and his faith in the holy name. And that combined with his compassion made him do amazing things. I remember one time during the Queen's Day, it was at that time, Harinam, he was suffering from incredible backache. He could barely walk, he could barely stand. And he was just popping ibuprofen the whole day, one after the other. He was just surviving on ibuprofen. And still he went on Harinam the entire day. You always break for lunchtime, and he was like very low, slowly lowering himself from the chair, popping more ibuprofen. But then still he got up, and he encouraged everybody to get up and go back on Harinam. And you can only do that when you have such firm faith in the holy name and the effect it has on the people. That compassion, that this is the time that I can give everybody the holy name, and I cannot be sick, I cannot have pain in my back, I have to go and do this. And that made such a strong impression on me. There was also, he was talking with me one time about a god sister of mine who got initiation and who was struggling, and it basically always been struggling from the beginning. And he told me, he says, I knew she was not gonna be able to follow, her vows. I knew that, but she needed that mercy. So I initiated her anyway. And also, we've all know Manisha, and Manisha is one of those people. She came here, she had smoked until she got here, basically. She chanted, she was a vegetarian, not reading the packets very well, but she was a vegetarian, but she never managed to give up smoking. So when she got mercy to get an apartment in the college, she knew she had to give up smoking. So I was sitting at the reception, and then this little voice inside me said, ask your Guru Maharaj to initiate her. So I immediately sent him a mail, and he immediately replied, and he said, yes, if I get the permission of the authorities. And when he initiated her, he didn't ask her to chant 16 rounds because she had terminal cancer. So he didn't ask her to chant 16 rounds. He asked her to chant as many rounds as possible for her vow. And I thought that was one of those moments of absolute mercy, because he knew she wouldn't be able to keep her vow of chanting 16 rounds because she was just too sick to do that. So he didn't even ask her to do that. So she never broke her vow to her spiritual master. So there's so many of those moments where he showed that compassion, and for me that was like my spiritual master. It's like, I often think that the different, when we look at the different disciples of Srila Prabhupada, a lot of them, especially the very senior ones, they exemplify one aspect of Srila Prabhupada. Some are extremely humble, some are extremely knowledgeable. And my Guru Maharaj, even though he was a grand disciple of Srila Prabhupada, he really exemplified that mercy quality, that compassion quality. And that was what attracted me most to him. It's while I'm here, I wanted to share how I actually got initiated by him, if I'm allowed to. Because I'd been looking for a spiritual master for a long time. I've tried. I asked initiation from Srila Satsarup Maharaj, and he said no. And then at some point I asked initiation from Sahotra Maharaj, and we sat in a room and we both knew that was never going to work. Somewhere or other it just never worked. I couldn't find a spiritual master. And then I came here in 2006 for the last seminar sessions that they had here. That was the last year they had those summer seminars in June. And I'd known Kadamba Kanamraj from the 80s. I've met him here in 1980. He was always in Amsterdam and he was always joking with me. And when I would go to a lecture of his, he would say, "You invite me over to your house, you hold a program, and I will come." I never did, unfortunately. So I'd known him for a long time. So he was here and Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj was here. And I thought, okay, I know Kadamba Kanana Swami, let me go to Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj. So Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj was giving a lecture here, and Kadamba Kanana Swami was giving a lecture in the conference room. And my mind was going here, but my feet were going to the conference room. And I ended up there, and I sat in the lecture, and after 5 minutes, there was that voice inside me going, "This is your spiritual master." And I was like, no. He was young, and I was, I was burnt before, so a young sannyasi, that was way too scary. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. No, he isn't. He is your spiritual master. And I was having this mental argument with the super soul about him being my spiritual master. And then finally I went, okay, he is. And I've never felt that peaceful in my life. And then afterwards, I was sitting with her, Nyamrita and Pravida in the restaurant, and we were exchanging our realizations. So I was the last, and I told him, okay, I found my spiritual master today. And I remember that feeling of relief. I finally found him. And all through the time, I've always known this was definitely the spiritual master that Krishna picked for me. He was the perfect spiritual master for me. And like Nikunja Vasini was saying how, moments like this, we read things and they're so applicable. So this morning I was reading in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu how the different, the necklaces and the bracelets and the brooches of Krishna, they're only called ornaments because they have been beautified by Krishna's limbs. And I realized that I'm only a devotee, or at least an aspiring devotee, because I've been touched by Kadamba Kanana Maharaj's mercy. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj ki jai.
Sing for 10 minutes, and then we will have a few other speakers.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, more time, everyone, please. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
So I have known Maharaj. We have known Maharaj for many years, but especially when Vishwa took initiation from him in 2011, he became like our family guru, you know. So like I gave more attention myself to what he was saying, imbibing his instructions. So I have a little few encounters which I remember. My memory is really getting a little difficult for me to remember, but I wrote it down, so I have a few little things which I would like to share with you, because it's nice to know Maharaj a little bit. So I want to say that today's 9th of March, it's a special auspicious number. It's the king of numbers according to the numerology, something like that. I just wanted to say it's very auspicious. Of course, all over the world, devotees were chanting for Maharaj for many weeks before he left, while he leaves, and even now after. Okay, so that is like Krishna is showing us again and again that just take shelter of him and of his followers. Then he will make sure that we get also the fortune at the time of death to think of him and go back to him. It's okay. So little memories. In 1978, I remember I was a bhaktin in the Hare Krsna Amsterdam. Just a little thing that I remember. I was in the kitchen and I saw Maharaj, and he was in white, of course. He was. I don't know what is his name, but that time he was helping in the kitchen. But his manner, his what is his name? I wrote it down. His appearance, was like very paka, very Brahminical, very aristocratic, actually. Aristocratic, that was the word. Very beautiful. So that was my first impression of Maharaj. Then I think in 94, 92, when Vishwa was 4 years, Maharaj was staying in our apartment, not the new one, of course, but there where Surabi is staying. In that apartment we were living, and I think Maharaj just got shot, and then after he recovered a little bit, he came to Radhadesh, and we invited him to stay with us. And just a little thing that I remember, Maharaj was resting, and Vishwa, he could not stop playing mridanga. When he was just 4 years, he took the mridanga and he was beating so loud that Maharaj woke up, and he even mentioned it at Vishwa's initiation. That so it was like, it's funny that Maharaj still remembers this little thing. And also, like Hridaya Prabhu and myself, we wanted to ask Maharaj very humbly, when Vishwa was taking initiation from him, please Maharaj, can you please not change his name? Because Nimai is such a beautiful name. And he was born before Gaur Purnim, so it was like, it was emotionally a little attached to that name. But Maharaj said, no, Vishwa has to grow. He has to grow up. From Nimai, he's a baby, he's a small child. He has to become Vishwambar, more mature. So it was like, indeed, it was a good gest of Maharaj, good idea, good move. It made sense, it was very good. Okay, and then some years ago, Maharaj was invited to Den Haag, to The Hague, to attend the release of the documentary, this film, the Hare Krishna, the mantra, the movement, and the Swami. Yeah, and although I saw the film also in Calcutta at that time, and Maharaj also saw this film, but because he was invited, I asked him maybe I could drive him, because that time I was one of the drivers. So I said, yeah, Maharaj, I will drive you. Please come with me. And yeah. So then I was driving, and I was expecting that the servant would come and sit next to me, like that. Maharaj said, no, I will sit next to you to be on top of it, how you drive, and to be there, because we never know, He was so concerned about a safe drive. Yeah, so that was a very personal.
No pressure.
I know, I'm known to be falling asleep while I drive. That's why. So okay, that was one thing. So yeah, so that was a wonderful thing. And so for me, Maharaj is it's a genuine devotee, acting and speaking from his heart. Maybe actually also for me, one of the few swamis, actually the only swami which I felt comfortable, personal. I could approach him, not so much fear, in me, because I'm quite reserved with swamis. But with him, I felt at home. So that personal touch, I will miss that, like that. But I wanted to say also, you wrote a beautiful letter, Keshava Priya. And I want to write this because he was easily approached by the devotees. And I just wanted to share your few lines. Like she wrote it in her letter, Maharaj always found a common ground from which to communicate with people without it being top-down preaching. And it was very beautiful said, and for me that was also one of the essence things. So I'm very grateful that I met Maharaj in my life. Through Vishwa I would continue to have his reciprocation, I hope so. And he was one of the real warriors of Prabhupada. So, His Holiness Kandabakarana Swami ki Jai.
Jai Baba, would you like to say a few words?
I understand why nobody wants to chair because you don't want to sit higher than Maharaj. All these, getting up and getting down is a whole thing.
We used to joke that when we were younger, like, yeah, we're going to chant Hare Krishna. We didn't really believe it. It was a joke. No joke, believe me. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshut Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So I guess when I think of Maharaj, a lot that comes to my mind is just a lot of fun. And a lot of fun. And also when Bhagavati was talking about his compassion, I just was flashing back. The first time I met Maharaj personally, he came here. I think by that time he was already in Saffron. Lectures, kirtans, it was wonderful. And then he was leaving, and I don't know if he was driving the car himself, but he was in the car alone, and I said to him, thank you so much for those kirtans and those lectures. And he said, thank you for coming. And then the next time I saw him is in Vrindavan. I was going to Vrindavan, and somehow I had to bring him something, so I brought it in his office. And he said something about one devotee, and I said, oh, but that devotee is against ISKCON. And he goes, not really against. He's just trying to find his way. So it was very... And then I was also in Vrindavan one morning. I don't think it was the same time. No, it was another time. And there was some announcement, and it said that Maharaj, I thought they said he had gotten a shock. So I thought it was an electric shock. But then I found out that it was much, much more than that. Anyway, then at some point I ended up in Holland, and he also came to Holland. And we were doing, trying to keep that center going. He was really glad that I was there because he felt like the older ladies, the younger ladies needed someone around. Of course, he was always coaching me through the whole thing, and we found out the ladies, we also found our way with each other. Very funny time. But I remember one time one bhakta was supposed to get something done and he didn't do it. So I was knocking on the door of the, why didn't you do it? He said, oh, I spaced out. I said, if you're not going to do something, just find someone who'll do it. Don't just leave it. And then Maharaj came out of his office and said, Jaibhadra, who are you talking to? And I said, so-and-so. He goes, you know what, Mataji, I got shot for less. And I told him, Maharaj, I was controlling myself. And he was just shaking his head. And yeah, so over the years we had some different encounters with one another. Oh yes, when he went to take sannyas, he said he was going to England to see his Guru Maharaj. I said, you better not come back as a sannyasi, Maharaj. You've got to do that here. I said, you tell Jayadvaita Swami that all the ladies in the Amsterdam Yatra want him to take sannyas here in Amsterdam. It's a little ironic, right? Of course, he came back with his stick. And we were happy for him, but we were sad that we missed the ceremony. We did Ratha Yatras. It was quite intense and quite miraculous at times. I was cooking for one Ratha Yatra, and there was rats running up and down the walls. But Maharaj was always encouraging me to do my service and to be there for the devotees. And at one point he came home, and it was after Ratha Yatra. Remember, you and I and Kamalavati were watching him play the guitar. He was playing every different genre, every different style. And finally he looked at us, he said, go home. We were really enjoying that wonderful kirtan. He was half dead and we were half dead, but somehow he had to play that guitar. I guess that was his way of relaxing, and we were like spellbound. Yeah, and over the years he always kept me as a kind, he called me Bhai, which means brother. He always saw me as some kind of a compadre, although he like light years, millions of light years ahead of me in the practice of Krishna consciousness and preaching, but he was always very friendly, very kind to me. And so I'm also feeling, as Ekachakra Grandprabhu was saying, a lot of mixed feelings about him going. I'm really happy for him that he doesn't have to be in a body that's causing him so much pain. And at the same time, I was remembering him talking about ISKCON one time. He's saying, well, what would ISKCON be without its Tamal Krishna Maharaj? And then I was thinking at that, well, what would ISKCON be without its Kadamba Swami? But as far as ISKCON is concerned, those who are trying to advance spiritually and who are enlivened by his wonderful example and the example of devotees like him who just are so exemplary and so inspiring, ISKCON will never be without them. As long as we try to follow in their footsteps and try to always remain grateful for the great example and service that they've rendered, and pray to follow in their footsteps. Kadamba Maharaj Ki Jai.
I'm going to end up crying, so you're going to have to... Our lives were in parallel. He was in Australia on the other side. He was in Adelaide and I was in Wollongbar, New Govardhan. But we had stories about selling candles and the various things. Basically, this was probably early 80s or something. I had very little association. I saw him in Vrindavan once and he gave a wonderful class about Krishna as Lampato. Krishna's a debauchee, Krishna's a cheater. You know, we have no rights over Krishna, basically. He can do what he wants, when he wants, as he wants, however he wants, which I thought was quite an interesting thing. A couple of nights ago, I couldn't sleep, actually, before we came here, and I was wondering, lying there, what it would be like at my time of death, and what is it like for Maharaj's time of death. And I think it was exemplified by Nikunja Valsini Prabhu, that he somehow... I do the process, I chant the rounds, I do the stuff, I act like a devotee and so on and so forth. But when it comes down to the crunch, when I'm on my deathbed, when my last hours are coming, how real is all this to me? How do I really, have I really brought it inside me? Is it really something that I know is going to happen, like the scriptures have said and so on and so forth? And I thought, I'm not quite sure. I wonder how Maharaj is going. And what I realized is what you were saying is that he's imbibed, he's brought the whole thing inside himself. And I think this for me was exemplified when about 2 or 3 years ago when I was here and Bhakti Chaitanya, Bhakti Charu Maharaj had left his body. And I went to Maharaj and I said, you know, what a loss. And he told me about what happened when he got shot. You probably know this, what he experienced at the time. He said, they leaned over with the gun and shot him in the back. Unfortunately, it didn't hit his spine. It sort of shattered his liver or something like that. And he was leaving his body. They rushed him to the hospital, and he was in the hospital there. And he could see, he was up there, and he could see them coming. He could see outside. He could see everybody coming. And he started to leave. It was something about a candle. The candle was flickering out. And then he said, and then I looked down and I could see the road, and there was Mother Yasoda and Krishna down at the end of the road. And, you're there, Maharaj. You're there. You're there tonight. Hare Krishna.
So on behalf of the entire Netherlands, the Dutch Yatra, Maharaj was always bestowing his mercy, and the past decade the Netherlands has had its up and downs, mostly downs. But Maharaj was a constant in in the Netherlands, he would always come. He was always there. So yeah, it feels like especially for the Dutch Yatra, that we are missing a big part now. I never really had the opportunity to interact a lot with Maharaj. He would always come to Amsterdam. I live pretty far. But yeah, I was very proud to be from the place where Maharaj is also from. And I often hear when people ask me where you're from, I say from the Netherlands. Oh, that's the place where Kadambakanda Swami is from. And I'm like, yes, that's the place. I'm very proud to be part of that. And 2.5 years ago, when Bhaktichara Swami Maharaj passed, we came here 2 days later, and it was outside. We did a ceremony, we did Guru Puja, and Kadambakanda Swami was singing the Guru Puja, and it was like one of the most beautiful Guru Pujas I've ever heard. It was so nice and so sweet and mellow, something unlike his kirtans, and it was just so beautiful and such an honor to be there to have heard and witnessed his Guru Puja, his love for Bhaktichara Swami. And this morning when I heard he passed away, I was thinking about the same audio that Ramananda Rai Prabhu has sent in the Radhadesh Village Forum in his email, where Gurudev tells that when Srila Prabhupada passed, Gurudev had a dream that Prabhupada was holding his tongue, and he was saying, "Are you chanting your rounds?" And with that, Guru Maharaj realized, this is in the last part of that audio, that I can probably almost say it word for word, but someday our spiritual master will leave, but we should never think that he's gone. We should rather think that he has disappeared from our vision to test us about our spiritual journey. And if we are sincere in our spiritual life, if we are sincere about our love for our spiritual master, then the search for our spiritual master and for that love will take us to the spiritual sky. And those words have been soothing me for the last 2.5 years since Bhaktichara Swami Maharaj left, and I think hopefully those words will also relieve some pain in the disciples and the well-wishers, and I sending my deepest prayers and thoughts to them. And the Netherlands is eternally grateful for Maharaj and his constant presence there. Thank you.
So we have one more speaker but we can have speakers afterwards again. Oh yes, please. Because before 7 o'clock we want to also sing the Sony separation and offer flowers. So we need to make sure that we can also do that before I start.
I just wanted to share a darshan that I had with Maharaj. He was always able to fan the enthusiasm that is in me and preach to me in a way that is literally on my platform. So I was sitting with him and we were talking about what inspires me and what I like. And we talked about drama plays and kirtan, and then at a certain moment he came sitting next to me. He grabbed his harmonium. He said, "Put your fingers here, put your fingers here." And he taught me how to play harmonium a bit. And we were singing like this, and we were fired up. And then at a certain moment he stopped, and he paused, and then he said to me, "Chapati has 2 sides. So what he meant with that is like the enthusiasm you feel in kirtan, in drama plays, that taste, that tastiness is also there in sadhana. That is the chapati that has two sides. It's the same chapati with that same delicious taste. And then he motivated me and like, okay, go do the kirtan course. And Maharaj, I have this idea for this drama. Should I do it like this or this? And he said, oh, you should ask, maybe do it at the reception. You know, you can use the whole stairs. And he was thinking along, you know, fanning that enthusiasm to dovetail that desire into Krishna consciousness. And that was very inspiring to me. And that is what attracted me to Maharaj, to keep pushing me in this Krishna consciousness movement in a way that also fulfills that desire, so it dovetails it in that, and that is what is very beautiful in that way, that he's able to preach like this. That is just what I wanted to say. Ramakana Maharaj ki.
I'm sorry, but I saw it was a program and I left work and I came home like this. I'm sorry about this. But, you know, just like Mother Joy Bhadra said, we think of Kadambakarana Swami and we just think fun, fun, fun. I mean, it was the best time of my spiritual life when I went to Amsterdam after he got shot in Vrindavan. I met him way before. Actually, Mother Joy Bhadra was, she may not remember, but in '92 he was here, and at that time he had just taken Vanaprastha. And I was very inspired, and I wanted to write him a letter, but I didn't know how because I wasn't living in the temple, and there were very few things I knew. And Mother Joy Bhadra helped me to spell out, yes, you did, the Kadamba Kanana Rasa Parayana thingy. I had no clue how to do it, and he wrote back. Let's first have Arti. Is it okay? He wrote back a big letter about liberty, and I know from many devotees afterwards in Vrindavan how he would compare other devotees with animals, and because of the way they behaved or the way they thought, and not just simple things. It was he was extremely good at pinpointing not the faults, but the qualities in certain persons. And he's very witty and intelligent in the way he would describe it. And the way he described himself to me at that time was how he was like a wild horse. That this is one of the reasons why back in the 80s, why he didn't stay in the Dutch Yatra, because it was too confined for him and it was too close. He also always encouraged me. He said, you know, if you feel too confined within the Benelux, you better go to Vrindavan. You will find your perspective will open, and the philosophy. You will have many people who are there to assist you. But when he got shot, and when he was coming to Holland, he stayed for a long time in Holland in the temple. And back then, Haraprana and Nikachakra Prabhu, they had retired from Sankirtan. So it was, you know, I just thought it was easier to transfer to Amsterdam to do book distribution from there. But my real reason was because Kadamba Maharaj was there. He didn't have sannyasa initiation back then, but he was there, and I knew he was gonna give morning classes every single day, and I thought this is the place to be. And every single day he would be there inspiring us. And you know, you can listen to many lectures, and some, with all due respect, but some people are a one-trick pony, and if you have heard their classes maybe 20 times or 20 of their classes, things start to repeat, but it was ever fresh and it was ever fun. And every single day he would come up with different aspects of the philosophy and then throw in some, funny stories. And Kamalavati and I would be raising my hand every day, throwing questions at him, things that I would want to know, but also to prolong the lecture. And he would inspire us. And he would always think of the ladies. I was never feeling any disrespect. He was always taking care that he was from a distance, always taking care that also when he was gonna go on a japa walk with the boys, brahmacharis would be there, and he would make sure that we could also be at the same place, chant our rounds. He would have hidden spots in Amsterdam because he knew his way around, and not just, take us to Vondelpark or wherever. But he was always making sure that there was enough distance. If we would, we would joke that the Beatles had their rooftop concert, and we would have our rooftop darshans. The temple in Amsterdam, it had a roof, and he would meet with a lady, only under supervision if the door is open. And on the roof, he would sit on one side of the roof, and we would sit on the other side of the roof, and we could, talk philosophy for hours. And he would always have time. Once he, I think it was just after the 9/11 bombing, and it was difficult to travel, and we were living close to the airport in Brussels, and he visited our house, and he stayed overnight. And back then, I owned our eldest daughter. She was maybe 1 year old. She could walk, and we were having dinner, and she would go to him, and he was having something on his plate, and he would have raisins on his plate, and she would hold out her hand and say, she would approach Swami saying Guru Maharaj. She was 1 year old, so despite the fact that I'm not initiated by him, but she would say, Guru Maharaj, could I please get some raisins? And he looked at his plate and he took some raisins and he said, go to your mom, meaning he would be very respectful with ladies, whatever age, and always keep his sannyas mood in mind, but always very accommodating. He would never make any distinction. And, for us, we say this very easily about people, they behave like our father, or we feel like they're a father to me, my spiritual master, this or that. But with Kanama and Mother Jayabhadra, back in it was the feeling. They really took care of all of our needs. They would get angry with us and upset when the mice were in the kitchen, but at the same time, so much mercy. I was very lucky because they allowed me to get my driver's license to go out on traveling Sankirtan, and I was the only girl back then who could drive. But also when I arrived in Amsterdam, all the boys were failing their exams. No, everybody was taking their exams 4, 5, 6 times. So I was very lucky I could drive. I could drive around to go to the programs. And I wrote this this morning when I heard of his passing away. We have so many fun memories. Like the one, do you remember when there was somebody from Vrindavan visiting, and it was just after he was getting better, but he was only in Amsterdam maybe for a month or two, so he was not properly healed yet, but he saw these people, and he didn't want to talk to them because it was in connection with, and he didn't want to speak to him. And in less than a split second, he would just run off and climb up the pipes of the rain, what do you call it, where the rain comes down? The rain pipes? In less than 2 seconds, he was up the roof through the rain pipes. Anyway, when we were doing those programs, Mother Saraswati and Gauranga Premananda, they arranged for university programs back in the days, and Suhodra Maharaj would go there quite often, and they would then drag around Druta Karma Prabhu, but also Kadamba Maharaj was going a few times, and I was the only one with a driver's license, and he was very keen about who is going to be the designated driver, and he said, Keshava, you drive, okay? You know, if he orders, but he would sit in the back. He would sit in the back and Saraswati next to me, and we were joking so much. And that one program, I mean, most of the times, it's so easy for him to relate to students. People would be there in the temple, and no matter what rank you were, he would always go and talk to the new bhakta, take him everywhere, teach them songs, teach them philosophy, tell them, sit next to me, you chant your rounds. He was very compassionate in this way. So when he was going to the university programs, it was very easy for him to approach the students. And the students would, not have this weird Hare Krishna idea when we were singing and performing bhajans there. The way he was able to present the philosophy on their level, and it was very, very, very nice. And at one time, I mean, we all had a laugh. We were just, after the program, we were in a cafeteria, and he just jumped behind the bar, really jumped, literally. I mean, he was athletic. He jumped behind the bar, and he started, pouring drinks, meaning giving everybody the non-alcoholic beverages, giving water to people, and talking to the students. And we stayed for over 2 hours because he was talking and preaching and very approachable. I mean, I've never seen this before in Krishna consciousness, and he was very unique in that way. Loving memories. Thank you.
So we will sing the Sapashada Bhagavad Gita Janita Vilapa, which is the lamentation due to separation from the Lord and his associates. This is from Narottam Das Thakur's Pratana. I suggest that while singing one by one, take flowers and offer it to Maharaj, pay obeisances, and okay?
Jayanilo Premadhana Karuna Prachu He no Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur He no Prabhu Kaha mora Swarup Rupa Kaha Sanatan kaha dasa Raghunatha pati tapavan kaha dasa Raghu Kahamora Bata Juga Kaha Kavira Kahamora Bata Juga Eka kale kota gela gora nathara Eka kale kota gela Ekakale kotha gela guranatara Ekakale kotha Pasane kuti bomata Anale pasibo Pasane kuti bomata Gauranga Gunera Nidhe Kota Gele Pabo Gauranga Gunera Shishabahasangira sange Jai koilo bilas Shishabahasangira sange Se sangana paya kande naro tamohdas Se sangana paya kande naro Se sangana paya kande naro tamoda se sangana paya kande naro Jayanilo Premadhana Koruna Prachur Jayanilo Premadhana Koruna Prachur Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Charya Thakur Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Charya Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur Heno Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Advaita Srini Vasa Chatradara Kivavase Ajay Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Korena Brahma Hade Devagane Aroti Korena Brahma Hade Devagane Kibanara Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Jaya Mukunda Vasu Hosade Gaya Kiba Sanka Bajay Gantaba Bhaje Karatala. Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramarasala. Keva Bahu Koti Chandadini Vadana Ujvala. Kala Deshe Vanamala Kore Jalamala. Giva Ziva Sukhanarada Preme Gada Gada. Bakati Vinoda Deke Gaurara Sampada. Eva Jayo Jaya Gaura Chandra Adotika Soba. Janavita Tavane Jagavanoloba. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pastacha Deshatarine. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gauranga Jai Nityananda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Sri Advaita Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gauranga Gauranga Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gauranga 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 Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hari Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hari Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Gaura Haribol. Jaya Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Sri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva Jai Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Vancha Kalpa Tarupyascha Kripa Sindhupya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Gaura Haribo, Gaur Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nitai go Haribo, go to Haribo, Haribo, go to Haribo. Jai Go Premanandi Haribo.
Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacharya Astuttara Satis Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Nam Acharya Sri Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sako Sri Krishna Chaitanya Parabhunitananda Sri Advaita Gadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Sisi Radha Krishna Gopi Gopinata Shamkunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Gangamai Yamuna Mai Ki Tulasi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Samaveda Bhaktivinoda Ki Harinam Sangitan Yugadhanama Ki His Holiness Kadamakanana Swami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitai Nitai Gaur Premanandi. All glories to all the assembled devotees. All glories to all the assembled devotees. All glories to all the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Garanga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Pralada Ladayine Hiranyakasipu Vaksha Silatanka Nakalaye Parato Nisingo, Parato Nisingo. Yato Yato Yamitato Nisingo. Bahir Nisingo, Hridaya Nisingo. Narasimha Madim Saranam Prapatye. Narasimha Madim Saranam Prapatye. Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Hakuta Sringa Dolita Hiranya Kasipu Tanubringa Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Nisingade, Jaya Nisingade, Nisingade, Jaya Nisingade. Jaya Pralat Maharaj, Jaya Pralat Maharaj, Pralat Maharaj, Pralat Maharaj. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, Go Haribo, Gaura Haribo, Haribo. Shri Vikna Vinash Narasimha Bhagavan ki, Shri Pralat Maharaj ki jai, Nitai Go Premanande Haribo. Hare Krishna. So what should we do, dear devotees? Should we continue? Are there more devotees who would like to say a few words about His Holiness Kadambakana Maharaj, or do you prefer to stay in the mood of singing bhajans till 9:15? What do you think? Is there anyone who feels the urge to say a few words? And if not, shall we just chant Hare Krishna? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So Ravi, would you like to sing?
Hare Krishna. I wanted to sing a melody that was composed by Maharaj. He sang in 2021 here in Radhadesh Mellows, the small Radhadesh Mellows we had. It was an incredibly difficult melody, so we're gonna struggle once again. But it's incredibly sweet as well. And that's just how Maharaj would compose. Something a little bit difficult in the beginning, but once you get it, it's just really nice. So I hope you bear with it. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Krishna
Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare All together.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Oh, Hari Bol, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, let's try one more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo, Haribo, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, oh Hari Bol, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Hare Rama, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Nitai Gaur. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Hare, Haribo, Haribo. Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare. Please, one more time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Oh, one more time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Tava kar kamala bhale na kamadbhuta shingam dhalita hiranyakashipu tano bringam keshavadeta narahare rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Tava kara kamala bhale nakamadhuta shingam Darita Hiranyakashipu Tano Bringa Keshavadeta Narahare Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Tava kar kamalavare Nakama-bhuta-shringam Halita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Keshavadeta Narahare Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Narakara Kamaravare Nakamaduta Shingam Darita Hiranyakashipu Keshavadeta Narahare Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahare Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jaya Jai Nisimhadev Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jaya Jai Nisimhadev Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jaya Jai Nisimhadev Prahlada Sujaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Prahlada Sujaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Prahlada Sujaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jaya Jai Nisimhadev Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jaya Jai Nisimhadev Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jaya Jai Nisimhadev Prahlada Sujaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa 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 Jaya Nisimhadev 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 Jaya Nisimhadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Gopinath Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Kadambakanana Swami Maharaj ki jai, Kadambakanana Maharaj ki jai, Kadambakanana Maharaj ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Vanshakalpa, Kripas.
Hare Krishna. What's up?
Good.
How are you doing?
Very good.
How long will you stay here?
How long? 1 month.
Really?
No.
Oh.
You get 1 month.
Month? You have vacation?
Yes.
Maybe that's the one.
Uh,
I heard you really short, sir. You want
Mercy. Is it okay if I take it out of the gate? But I thought it was perfect too. Yeah. So many
Yeah. And I got to know it was this one. No way. And Mel's after he sang it.
Yeah, Mark sang this melody. He sings it quite often.
After when you were just like, you know, like you sang the first melody, it's like 100% frozen. I just listened so many times, you know, I don't know what's first or second. Eddie was watching me and
Yeah, I know.
forest scrolling.
No,
You didn't watch it, I guess.
this one.
Frozen, you know, Princess was. She's like forest calm. No, it's just the sound, you know.
I didn't do connections. That's true. It's worth watching. I really like that part. Oh my god, the March.
One is what told me like, I mean, when you have the like this tune, it's 100% Anastasia. And he said it. He said it. He got it from there.
Actually, yeah, I was surprised. But it is true. Like